Welcome in, welcome in. We're gonna get started with even more Ace Attorney. I'm feeling a little bit sad because I ordered some pieces for a new cosplay that was gonna be a little bit cursed, and they didn't come in. So I'm wearing an old one that I've already worn, UMR from Umaru, and we're just gonna mourn the loss of that cosplay until it finally gets here. I was gonna try to do the other pieces because I actually made some pieces for it. You love cosplay no matter what. That's the Spirit Cube. I had made some pieces for it, and I was gonna just wear those, but there's like a distinct piece that without it, it just doesn't tell you who I'm supposed to be. Hello, Shy Guy 350. How are you? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We are gonna be playing even more of this bonus case. I have no idea what's going on in this case. I think we just proved something bad. So I'm hoping that we can actually win, but you never know. You never know. Are y'all ready for more Officer Meekins? Because I have a feeling he's going to be in this, and we hate his voice. So it's going to be okay. I have water handy. It's in a small Starbucks cup because that's what I had to put it in. Alright, now we had just come back from a short break because some stuff was getting crazy. Alright, let's move the wig a little bit so I can get comfy. Okay. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh, that's right. We were gonna go with this guy. That's right, okay. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. I love the music that they gave him. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. Go, go, go. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Rude? Phoenix, that's your husband? Stop. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? And for anybody wondering, Edgeworth has that fakey British voice because he is like an Anglophile and not necessarily because he's actually British. So that's why it's terrible and not because I'm just really bad at British accents. According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. He's already tired of Jake Marshall. Please share with us your testimony on the day of the crime. He's like, I can't handle any of this desperado nonsense. Just get to the point, bro. In plain old English. See? Knew it. I don't think that's how Jake works, Your Honor. My job was to keep a wary eye on that old bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man. If you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Bro, you just admitted to skipping work to drink, so... I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Sir. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. Yeah, I know, right? I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. It was really harsh. Like, why are you insulting the judge's beard? That's like his prominent feature. I did not read that. I am so sorry. I think we were pointing out, what about the third one? The fingerprint activated locks. Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickey are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? My cowpoke accent is not quite working today, but we're gonna try to reel it in. This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Why is he all mine? Alright, the day of the crime. Alright, let's see. I guess we just press him? How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? Just made sure nothing moved in the security monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Buried them. Delete. Goodbye. Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time will come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. Wow. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room? I just said I was supposed to make rounds, but that ain't my style. Okay. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. No desperados I know join the police force, right? Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime. Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. Haven't been in that crypt in weeks. Weeks? How does this guy avoid being fired, right? Bro, please. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in my day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible. The sensors and locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? Let's see, I was at the Street Side Saloon. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel Steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vongole sepia sauce. What? Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, did you not want to raise this year? That's true. He does usually go like, hey, why were you doing that? You're gonna not get any money. And yet, maybe he's not over Marshall's salary. The way he is over Gumshoe's. Alright. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems to be clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Does everyone know that? Chat, do you know that? I didn't know that. Apparently your superiors don't. I mean... A trump card up my sleeve, so best keep my cool. Before I use it, I'd better up the ante. Up the ante? Okay, so am I supposed to present it, or am I supposed to present something else first? Because he said something about not being in there at all, and then we have evidence that he did go in there. No, that's not him. We have Marshall's fingerprints and a bloody handprint. But where do we present that? Maybe here? I don't know. We're probably gonna get a penalty for this, but, you know, forget it. It's fine. Officer Marshall. Doesn't it strike you as odd? Oh, the music cut out. We might be right. That is, you being called in to testify like this? I don't think he does. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or, to be exact, a handprint. It's some real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. Objection. But, I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Bum, bum, bum. Goodness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the scene of the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall. Sorry, I was stretching my leg out already. I know, 15 minutes in and I'm already stretching my legs. Seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. What? I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. I adjusted the way that Snorlax is. As you can tell, we're against a wall and no longer in the corner. Because I want him to be in place for when my desk finally gets here. But, it's made for less than ideal sitting. So, we're probably going to adjust several times during the stream. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. How did you know the murderer was wearing gloves? The witness's explanation appears valid. Although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The French may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Didn't we prove that the murder didn't happen? So then how does he know the murderer was wearing gloves? How did you know that? How did you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Can't let him squirm out of this one. I've got to find something decisive to tie Officer Marshall to this crime. I don't think that's true, though. So we found his fingerprints on a bloody handprint that was left in the evidence room. The print had been wiped. But where's the fast forward function? I don't want to watch this whole thing. Was this guy wearing gloves? I don't actually remember. I guess we'll see him in a minute, so. It does look like gloves. And we won't see his face. But we will see his hand? I guess maybe those are gloves. Okay. Did we check this for prints? That would have been smart. No. How do we... Dang, how do we... See, because she was wearing gloves here, but how would he know? I guess we'll just press everything real quick. It's because you, how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happened to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. Was it his? That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. Is that true? Wait, I thought it was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Oh, it does say Marshall's own locker. Okay. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? I'm not, actually. Picture? This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. He's saying that it means nothing. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? This must be what we have to present, but... You know what? I'm just gonna present the video and we'll find it later. Wait. Yeah, nope. Cool. Wasn't it? Too bad it wasn't me in that video. Okay. This must be the thing we need, but how do we prove that it is him in the video? Because isn't it the fact that there's stuff in the locker now? Or... Okay, I think his is this one behind the badger. But... I don't know. Okay, that's lit up. That falls. And then... This is when Meekins comes in, because he sees somebody coming in here. And then nothing, nothing, nothing. Dang, there's gotta be a way that we can prove that it is him in the video. See, he slashes at him with a knife. They fight, blah, blah, blah. Because he's never caught on camera. Like, his face is never caught on camera. So... we don't really know what happens. Because he just kind of disappears. We don't know how he disappeared, but he just kind of disappeared. Let's see, the one on the end now has something in it. So... don't know. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. It's true. The camera panning back and forth, the floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have the time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Really? I had to press it and not present the evidence? Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. It's the... So, I watched the video. I found the evidence, because I remembered there was a thing. Have another look at the video. Show us the incriminating evidence of Officer Marshall. Fast forwarding, because it's near the end. Let's watch Meekins get his butt kicked. Best part of the video. See, still nothing there. We pan back to Meekins. It's open. Somebody's clearly not in through here. And then when we pan back, there's something in there now. So it's this. It has to be this right here. This part of the video where there's a weird thing. Please, game. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Days are short in Texas, so are our tempers. That's not true. Could you sum up what you said in 8 words or less? No. Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. Do-do-do-do-do. Bing. That locker with the white cloth sticking out? That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Can we rewind faster, Phoenix? Because... I mean, it's great to see Meekins getting his butt kicked, but he's not dead. So how does that help us? What? Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. How do we know that he did it at that moment, though? Order, order! Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. You're the only one who could have opened it, Jake. Like, that's the whole point. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Did you not listen to the part where literally only you can open your locker? Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This is obvious to everyone else. This guy isn't just playing... He forgot. No, he's just dumb. He's just dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Like, did he not think to open any other locker? Oh yeah? I'll call your bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it. The lockers, which have a thing? Right? It's the locker itself? Fingerprint scanner. Sensor. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. We've probably said it about 4 times, just in this little stream by itself. In any case, locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint lockers. Oops, that was lots. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Wow, dramatic. We love it. Order, order, order! Witness, explain yourself! If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. That's what you were about to say? Yes. Everybody, he is so dramatic. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What is he chewing on? Olay, please answer the question. Olay, Judge? What is he, a bullfighter? That's right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion is what, Phoenix? I don't know. Well then, let's hear it. I don't. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He was the victim? Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Okay, yeah. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. We're still proving that there wasn't a murder in the... This is not going well for our actual original case. Phoenix, maybe we should stop proving this. Just let Officer Meekins be guilty. It's okay. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified that about the man's reaction when confronted. Y'all ready for Officer Meekins? When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me! Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Or did it? If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You got quite an imagination, partner. We've got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard. Oh no, not again. You don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Do we? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ack! This can't be happening! It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? What's up, Edgeworth? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. Oh, you butt. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I don't think she said it like that. That wasn't the voice we gave her anyway. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, quote unquote, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so the video is my only shot. That's not true. We have the glove. I'm pretty sure it's the glove. Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. Committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to do that. Oops. Fast forward. Hey, play. There's a glove right here. It's this silly glove that we keep ignoring. Well, what do you have to say to that? Alright, partner. You really want to know the reason I had to open my locker? Why? So I could stuff you in there. Huh? I'm sure the world will be a better place with you sent off to the boneyard. Rude. Unfortunately, unsolved cases can't be stored in the evidence room. Now wait a minute. Now I'm an unsolved case? Something went wrong. That's why Marshall had to open his locker. Unexpected event itself is the reason. Meekins? Crime was committed. He opened his own locker for some unknown reason. Cloth seems to indicate he put the cloth inside. Just what exactly is this piece of cloth? It's the... Alright. Seriously? Another look at the security tape. So it's not the glove, apparently. Oh yeah, we did find that later, so it couldn't be the glove. I'm guessing that it's Meekins. But what? Oh, wait. He has blood on himself now. Yeah, that must be it. The blood. Oh, music stopped. That must be it. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your own locker. Not bad, partner. You put quotations on partner. I guess he don't like us no more. I need to find a way to pin the back of this wig properly so I can sit. Or I should sit more forward. I don't know. Now then, Officer Marshall. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. That was a word. Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, you were only half as persistent then as you are today. We all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Alright. Seems the time has come. For what? Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. Couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. Planned to take out the evidence. Was it expected Officer Beacons? I docked him out. Excuse me. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Okay. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's only one thing I don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Still something weird going on here. Had to do it, just couldn't let it die. Knocked him out. Was no murder at 5:15. I'm guessing we just have to press. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole his ID. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera? And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. Returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Marshall. So, essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you cannot change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he did, because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. He did go in there twice that day. Wasn't expecting Meekins. Okay. You pulled a knife on him and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go in the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. Security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in the struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, but the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. You stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, it didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edward, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Oh. Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. That's true. Ooh, the spooky music. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution, right? Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Well, let's poke him until he confesses. Can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? I don't know why. Why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. Remember the Joe Dark case? It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. The feeling we wind up here sooner or later, everyone involved is related to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. Okay. So it's gonna be the SL9 one, but we need to take a look at the SL9 files real quick. Alright, so it's Joe Dark. Alright, the victims were Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates, Jason Knight, Russell Moss, Neil Marshall, which is his younger brother. Miles Edgeworth was the prosecutor. There were witnesses, Emma and Lana Skye. Damon Gant and Lana were the investigators. The executive investigators. The head investigators are Bruce. Investigators regular is Jake and Angel. Joe Dark, serial murder, sentence is death. Blah blah blah. Okay. Present it, I guess, or yeah, I guess we'll just present it. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I don't. That's okay. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. Cactus juice. It's the quenchiest. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. Twice, in fact. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. Oh. You received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. what's his relation to you? He was my brother. See the resemblance? He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was a part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. He blames Edward directly. Well, at least one thing is for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day of the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. I don't know about that. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that. Well, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murderer in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. Objection. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examine the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. There's a large pool of blood. That's not solved. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Oh. Arg! Well, that is a single word or less. I rest my case. Of course you do. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Why is my mom texting me? Let's find out. Oh, okay. So next Saturday's stream might have to be a little early because I just found out apparently I'm having dinner with my grandpapa next Saturday. Interesting. We'll see. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Hold it! Oh, hey Emma. Your Honor, wait! Emma. The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Alright. 3 it is. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out that the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky Sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. Did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not that much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. I need to fix her voice. Hang on. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. It's true. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? Yeah, because, like, how did it get there and get wiped away? Because if it was from the incident with Meekins, he didn't have time to leave it and wipe it away. We would have seen him on camera. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. Well, the only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can we prove is missing from the floor plans? The Blue Badger. Because he was there in the room. Oh, hello, Officer Marshall. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. It blocks off. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. In front of Detective Gumshoe's locker. Well, what? Gasp! That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? Why is he surprised? Are you trying to say you left a bloody handprint? Bro, please. So that means, what exactly does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in?
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice.
But how?
That wasn't in an accent, I'm so sorry. One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time, which is not caught on here, and I don't... Please, I don't want to watch this keep playing. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on the tape. Had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Bum, bum, bum. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. Objection. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first murder occur?
For some reason, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That is a lot of names. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves that.
Very well. Then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence that shows when the first crime took place?
I don't know. Without knowing who 777 is, we don't really know, I guess. You know what? I'm gonna present that. Maybe? It's still jamming, so I don't know. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. Oh, maybe I can present either one?
An ID card? Oh! The ID card record!
But it still only shows him one time. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at,
let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ha!
Oh no!
Ah! Miles Edgeworth! Oh, just what have you done?
Oh no, it was Edgeworth all along. I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. No, I'll drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure it out. It couldn't have been me. No, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
That's still just 20 minutes. That's still not a long time. Let's look at the chart again. See, that's only 20 minutes between those two. That's not a lot of time to clean up blood.
Talk about a lucky number. Oh wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went with 7777777. I hope that was enough sevens.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777777777.
That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID card 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. Objection. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. Wow, Phoenix, just straight up interrupting him. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official is charged... Wait, an official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how prosecutor's office operates. I don't know why that came out so weird. Sorry. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not to you. Blah, 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 blah. No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. What? Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 7777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident.
The SL9 incident?
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? He's doing this. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. But Lana... I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't.
I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. So she just admitted that Edgeworth presented forged evidence. That's... See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No!
Order, 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 order!
Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Ooh. Ooh. Alright. We are having ourselves a good time. Man. Oh man, it's getting good. It's getting real good, y'all. Alright. Save. Save and go. Get right back into it. No hesitations. Alright. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. We know what she said. We just read it. Literally just read it. It's okay.
I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me.
Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all in there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night that Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming. Okay.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right around this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark.
Oh, Joe Dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then...
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Permanent picture? Oh, we'll keep asking about it.
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. Ouch.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that the crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I mean, not exactly, but he had it up like he was gonna stab him.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma, you've been through so much. Man, that sucks. Ugh.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. The bad picture or the fact that she couldn't testify? I mean, both, but, you know.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. And find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor?
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview, but fled into my sister's office.
Why did he run away all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Alright. Let's go talk to Chief Prosecutor Sky. Lana! What's up, baby? Lana! Oh, that...
Lana!
Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we?
But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh. About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. How does that work exactly? Did she just, like, get a law degree and then she became a detective and they transferred her to be a prosecutor? Like, how does that work? That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Alright, let's talk to Lana. Just gonna use one hand for this because I'm leaning on the other one. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be.
That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth.
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. Alright. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was...
to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations.
They even had the same office.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark.
You see, the first person to happen upon the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us. Alright.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana?
It appears so. He was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark.
Oh. That's not how I thought it went down.
When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma who had passed out,
and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What did you do?
To be honest, panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
Can't blame her, after all her sister must have gone through. Can't blame her at all.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
Wait, so... Hold up. If he's alive, he's not the one with the knife out of his back. So he's underneath the guy with the knife in his back? Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident?
That's right. Quite a coincidence.
I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. This is DL6 all over again. Just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely.
So have you.
I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark.
Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories.
That case might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right?
Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The Chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Okay. Are we going to be allowed to do that? Criminal affairs. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere.
Things seem kind of quiet here today.
You're right. The Chief of Detectives seems the same, though.
Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to?
Right. We can come back here later. Oh, I thought that was going to take me to Damon Gant's office. Oh. Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
Never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning.
Okay, Sarah, you never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. No, we gave you one yesterday. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? Yeah, I'm guessing so. That's the forged evidence they keep talking about, Phoenix. Sorry, I'm moving the mic up so that maybe y'all can hear me pretty good. Hopefully that new mic comes in, and then we don't have to worry about that. Alright. That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. And their last.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have been really close with his brother.
The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It's the day the evidence transferred. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. Well, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They?
Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Investigation lead Damon Gant and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force that hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Hey, he noticed it too, Emma. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too, like 30 times.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret started 2 years ago. So there you have it.
That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. Well, that's good. There we go. That's a little better. You can't really see my headphones, though. I'll just scooch it all back a little bit. I know, I keep messing with everything, but I want everything to be visible, and I am not getting the desired effect. That's a little better. Okay, I'll stick with that. I'll stop moving things. Promise. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Oh my god. Was he not drinking this whole time? Because he definitely started drinking at that moment. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Aw. Adios, Bambina. Have fun in jail, Marshall. What you did was a crime. Okay, where is Damon Gant's office then? Because I thought it was in the, like, detective's place, but maybe it's here. Someone's here today, not even Miss Star.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. Must be where the detectives are...
Oops. We proved no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Well, that was fun. Okay. Edgeworth's office, I guess.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't here.
Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today.
Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago.
I guess we'll just have to come back later. Okay. We're gonna play the walk around and look at things game, I guess. Oh, this is different. Okay, cool. Alright. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
If you're looking for others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us.
Well, the chief prosecutor said what she did, the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement, the media, and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Let's use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right, you can't go in there, it's off limits.
Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
What? Okay. We're going, but he just said we're not allowed. Oh my god, what is happening here? Okay, well that's grand. We are gonna look at everything. Whoa, where am I?
In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it says on the door.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach.
Please don't play on it.
I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes.
Lana, please.
I never could remember where C was.
Uh-oh. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Rido, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See the big picture on the wall over there?
That's weird. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Something is definitely different about this picture. I don't know what it is, but something. Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
So that's a no. Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems that case isn't over yet, after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied a request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he didn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. First, we're gonna look at our court record. I don't remember what button it was. Okay, so that, weird urn is definitely the one that broke apart. But I don't know if Phoenix saw that was weird. See, because it's this urn, for sure. I don't think we... Here's a screwdriver, but I don't think that's... Wait. Oh. The knife is missing. Like, in the photo, there's something else here. Instead of just a broken shield, it's got like a broken knife with it. Okay, that's a little weird. But who do we talk to about that? We need to find a way to get in there, but who can we talk to about that? Either Gumshoe or maybe Lana. Let's see if Gumshoe's here yet, and then maybe Lana. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. I don't remember how to do his accent, so, you know, we're trying to get it back.
From sitting too long?
Actually, I'm serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, do you see Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it boils down to. That falsifies evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
Alright. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies.
Hey, keep up the good work.
Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat.
Yes, sir.
You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Excuse me. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edward just might crack. Aw. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Me too. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Is this girl right here? Right there. Right there. Gummy. She's right there. Well, she's right there on your screen.
Me.
It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Whoop. Nope. Why did I say the same thing again? I didn't mean to click that one. Boop, boop, boo. Everybody hates him. Yay, he's so popular. Good job, Gummy. Okay, Dark's crimes. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. What?
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed somebody else. Kid walked by, so he killed him too. Then when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. What? Jesus. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. Oh, okay. It wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yeah, but in the middle of questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma, who's right here. Alright, present you a knife. Not Edgeworth's knife that happened to be in the trunk. This knife. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, it suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
Okay, was the knife? This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too.
But no one actually witnessed him using the murder weapon. Using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Right? Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Ginn. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered?
The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Oh. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What, really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. Wonder if there's something that we could show him that would change his mind. Maybe this? Maybe not. Don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll keep that in mind. Sheesh. Yeah, okay. We already showed him the knife, so that's not it. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations.
I was wondering, why is the award a shield?
I think we've already heard all this.
And why is it broken?
There's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Okay. That's the ID card record, isn't it? We're just trying to pick random things. Yes, there's only one number left to investigate, at 420. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 777777777. That's 17 too many, Detective. How do you know that? An executive officer. I might have a hunch. How do I prove that? How do I prove it? Nope. Okay. Alright. Nope. Cool. Maybe we should talk to Lana? Oop. Something to think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal what was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dart guilty. Okay, so maybe we have to go talk to Lana? Oops, I meant to move to the other one. Let's go see. Hey, Lana, what do you know about this? Oh. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. She really means it.
Lana.
Okay. Okay. She's just not going to accept any evidence we show, I guess. I'm sure something will make her say something. Nope. Not that. Oops. How about the jar? Nope. No, she's really not gonna talk to us about any evidence. Anything else to talk about? Nope. Okay. Let's try... maybe Edgy? Oh, okay. Wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is. It looks like he's writing something.
What's you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumours flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. Just confess your love to me, Edgeworth, please. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Big Sam in the paper. Wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look.
Are you crazy? Edgeworth is standing right there.
Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on, first let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look.
What? Whatever.
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. Let's go. Emotionally blackmail Gummy. Well, now we can talk to him about stuff. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and there's nothing I can do to erase that fact. He said it differently, and I read it weird. But you didn't know, did you? I mean that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Rude.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture? Something seems strange about it. We accidentally pushed the first one and not the last one. I keep doing that. Could you tell us again what happened on that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony out over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical things. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Let's show him the picture, because they made a big deal about it. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. The prosecutor Neil Marshall. He just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he was received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding, it's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Alright, let's talk about that. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first meaning halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Emma's like, no, I've heard it. You don't have to tell us. But yeah. Long ago, in a kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. Is this a real thing? I don't think this is. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. Right, nice cover, Phoenix. Super smooth. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Objection! Those claims contradict each other! Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Wow. But you've heard this before, right, Phoenix?
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and a broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Weird. Okay. Oh. Excuse me, would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star! I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kinda like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Ooh. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred towards Lana... It all dates back to 2 years ago. Guess we gotta talk to her. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye.
My sister?
The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana.
Lana and Chief Gant.
Trying to remember who is speaking at any given moment. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked at how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret.
This conspiracy goes hella deep. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done.
I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Alana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing's quite as simple as it appears.
Huh?
Alana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She was being used?
Alright. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was most unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produce the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence? You mean...
Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared to confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall.
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she'd lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
Miss Starr.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief...
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. Excuse me. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
I don't know. But one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change.
At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr.
You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've ever been.
Oh, than I've been. Whatever. Sorry. Alright. We have to find a way to get into Chief Gant's office. Which means we gotta convince Gummy. Oh, you're back. You're still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
Gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'll be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
Yeah, how about This resignation letter. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him to this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. My hat is coming off my head. No. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective?
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out,
they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
I mean, they might. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Yeah, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID swiftly tucked into pocket before he changes his mind. Alright, let's move. We gotta be quick. We don't know when Damon Gant will come back, so we gotta be fast. Alright.
Here goes, Mr. Wright.
Now don't play with the organ this time, Emma. Jeez. She immediately goes and starts pounding on it. Gosh dang it.
We're in. If anyone finds us now,
Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek! Ah! She slapped him! Oh no! Emma, no!
sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I just worried something might go wrong. So it came too. If you're here, then what was the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. Oh my goodness, what is happening right now? I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Emma, please. Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I got a bad feeling about this. Me too. Let's just examine everything. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this?
You don't pay taxes, Emma.
That's it, I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? Chief may be hiding in his armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there.
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Bro. You're with Emma. I'm not paying my taxes. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy could be. Wow. But please, chat, please pay your taxes. Please? No, please. Please pay your taxes. You will go to jail. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday. It's... No. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. So I have a feeling it's 7777777, which is his ID code. Knew it. I knew it was his ID. Lucky number 7. Bingo.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777777, the final ID card on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. Oh, he did it too little. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Yes, that's the whole reason I opened it. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a
shot from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
There's something else in here too.
What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. Oh.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh. Well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? Is that all there was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, it's gotta be something we can show the detective.
Alright, so I'm almost positive that the broken cup is the part of the pot. So,
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant! He put that paper he's reading in his desk. I wonder what he's reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said I wonder what... No, about the evidence list. Normally they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. We already had one. We already knew. We just went through this. What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case.
Would appear so. Alright. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? That's a weird question. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame left on the shelf, on the left shelf.
Hey! This is when Lana and I went to the theme park.
Oh, why would she leave that behind? Oops. Blah, blah, blah. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
As long as he doesn't go through crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Don't say that!
Phoenix is like, as long as he doesn't kill himself just because we got him fired. Alright, let's tell him about the jar. Hey, that jar piece that you won't let me take is related because jar. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days. That was like 2 days ago. It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece from the evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That one was in the safe.
Now you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Alright. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. This shouldn't be difficult. It should literally just be, like, combine. Oops, I have to turn it, I think. Ta-da! We did it! Yay! There, it fits like a charm. Of course that means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But
Hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. Is it? Oh.
there's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in a safe? Alright, let's check this out. And let's check this out.
Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here.
Looks like blood.
This piece the chief has is different, though. The bloodstains in the other pieces are just spots, but this one's a line.
That is odd. Can I spray it? No? Okay. Fingerprint. Nope. Fingerprints. Detective Gumshoe. I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. You want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand out like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Alright.
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints.
Sprinkle it on the cloth when they've been absorbed, blah blah blah. What are you, my mom? Why did he say that? This is the biggest print or most intact print, so we're doing this one. Blow. And then we just shore it up. Some more powder. Because then we can make sure it's all good. Just completely cover the thing. This is not how you actually fingerprint, I don't think, but it's fine. Bing! Alright, let's see. We're on Damon Gant, Meekins, probably Lana, huh? Oh, it's not Lana. Oh. It's Emma. That's... What does that mean? What does that mean? No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst, hey you, over there. Over here. What's going on here? What are Kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. A bad feeling about this. Maybe we need to present the luminol? Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too.
Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height.
Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall, new and improved growth formula. You mean this can't detect any blood traces?
Oh, well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol.
So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. Oh, gummy. Okay, but how do we find out about the thingy? I feel a lot better now that this job's complete.
But it only raises another question. What was the piece of it doing in Chief's safe?
More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for? I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial might just hinge on this. Alright, can I... Okay. The desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady, who's here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Well, we found one. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go with that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. We have found suspicious stuff in his office. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. I think it's so hot. No, I'm just kidding. There you go. Ignore me again. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Oh, Chief Gant. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Eek!
Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. Well, sir. Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright?
Bye, Emma. You can stay here with him. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? Thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence, he was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it this time? All this time. Anyway, you listen to me. I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. Okay. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Suspicious. Alright. Lana.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
But I've already told you all I can.
What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Probably not, but it's fine. How about we present this... Oh. Showing evidence isn't gonna do me any good now. I've gotta get her to tell me what she's hiding.
Mr. Wright, you're evolving by leaps and bounds. Starting to see the hunger in your eyes.
Okay, so we just talked to her. I thought we had to prove it first. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so, because a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No, I think you're afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name?
You can't. Take that. Well, Miss Skye, I moved the mic closer. Hopefully that helped you.
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Would you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know?
Alright.
We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
He hid this? You want proof of the chief's wrongdoings? Here it is.
That evidence proves someone is doing something wrong, all right. But it's not the chief.
Who would that be?
Why, you, of course.
Me?
Yes. You seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary. You seem to have the makings of a criminal in you. What with all your fallacious accusations? Care to spend tonight in the cell next to mine?
If you ask me, you're the scary one. Okay. Oops. Okay, proof that he falsified evidence. Maybe this? No, maybe? The list? The list? I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar. Oh, okay. It was the list. Weird. Would have figured that that would have worked, but okay. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. Aye. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
The knife from the SL9 incident. The serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand?
Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. Then, she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Starr, huh? Ooh. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So you hid Dark's knife?
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
Yeah, because it was locked up in the evidence room. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean?
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. He said that more incredulously than I said it. I'm sorry.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
Hydrate. Nice. But Lana,
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Do you, though? Maybe we just let her go to jail. Maybe we just lose this one. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued, you say. What do you think, chat? Should we keep going? I do kind of want to finish this case. Because the sooner we finish it, the sooner I can start on number 2. And we're either going to have an early stream next week or we're going to be taking off for the week. Haven't decided yet. I think we'll keep going. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh! It's him. Something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still some room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. Reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Alright, okay. He might be on our team this time, that's fine. Maybe he can swing for our team later. This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Alright, let's figure out the blackmail. I just realized that with the walls being gray, it looks like he's a photo. I assure you he's not. I assure you that he is real. I can move him around. He does look like a still photo, though. He's not imposed behind me. He's real.
Court is now in session for the trial of Lana Skye.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant. Oh, there he is. He just appeared.
Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Edgy, been back to the pool yet?
Oh, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? He doesn't trust Edgy.
Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
She's gonna confess. That's all this is. What's this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana! Dang it. He must have something real good on her. You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana!
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant
Guilty.
Oh. One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me that some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, huh? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. This court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins, and we're along for the ride. All right, Emma. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name's Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I am trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is this an incident that was solved? Sorry. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
You sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Alright, the trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Alright, we're ready.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
Good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. I mean, we do, though.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Why do I gotta do it? Edgeworth brought it up. Right. Let's do this. If we were Ash Ketchum, we would turn our hat backwards. Ketch is a killer. Maybe I should do that as a cosplay. Do Ash Ketchum, and then we just turn our hat around when we're ready to catch the killer. Alright. Let's check our evidence real quick, see what we got. He was stabbed in the back. Okay. That's what I thought. Took me hostage. I'll never forget. The man was stabbed in the chest. Sorry, Emma, but he was stabbed in the back. Wait. What? But it clearly says stab Mr. Marshall in the chest, and the autopsy for Neil says he was stabbed. Single stab wound, piercing heart and lung. I mean, I guess it doesn't say here, but it says stabbed in the back in the thing, but in the... Yeah, let's press it. That must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside, and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much as she can. Alright, we're just gonna have to press, I guess. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk.
Oops.
And dream about playing that organ.
He had the organ even back then?
I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
Man came running in and took me hostage. Okay, okay. A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. Ah, another hydrate.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I'm sure they pronounce it ceremony, but I don't know if I can do that with my mouth.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in?
I don't clearly remember what happened then, but...
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark just then. The lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out?
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene of my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. You just asked that.
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
Nah, this picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added a statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
But it seems to have been lost. Okay, since we added it to her testimony, that means we have to have it somewhere, right? Like... Nope. Floor plans... Anything we can look at all? Oh. Hey, we can rotate this one. Oh shit. The picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. I got a very bad feeling about this. Me too! Hey, I found your picture. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that, as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What's this?
Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew!
Indeed, 2 men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edward, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These 2 lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edward, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago. Only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. Ooh. What? What? Ooh. Edgy, it's not your fault.
Order, order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor.
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see. Did he never look on the back of it? Bro, what? Is something wrong? Oh, sorry.
There's something wrong.
Do you even have to ask? Look at his face. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. It's the it's the blue badger.
That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this is an act of vandalism. Is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper. I don't think so. I need to look at that full thing.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Something important.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago.
I want to see the first half.
The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Interesting. Interesting.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image into your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Is that what it shows? Emma's picture. Right, let's see. Picture I drew 2 years ago. I'd like to look at the full picture. I can't tell. But I don't think that's supposed to be facing up. I think it's supposed to be on its side. What else do we have? Probably nothing, honestly. There's... He's dead. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know what we have. I guess we could press all this, but... Draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lorna Skye.
2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Sorry, my leg is bugging me, so I'm trying to get comfy.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? Blah.
The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows.
Okay, press that. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Sorry. Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, I must have fainted.
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
Flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture.
That's exactly what you saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives?
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. I'd better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something about this that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet... There's clearly a contradiction here. The tube that is instead of a knife? Is it the picture that I need to do, or is it the knife? Clearly contradicts, blah 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 blah. Okay, I guess we'll present the knife. We're probably gonna lose and have to... The knife. Nope. Okay. Alright. That's cool. We're gonna go ahead and save right here, because otherwise we're gonna have to do all of this whole section again, so... Alright. We saved. Alright, present. The autopsy report? Nice. Okay, finally. We get to use the autopsy report. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
The knife? I don't know. Oops. Contradiction, of course, is right here, I assume he said. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Okay, also in the back versus in the front. He said, perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right, but what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. But she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No.
Order, order, order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the Kima Prosecutor's Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased him, chased after him, and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. Man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? There is another one. It does exist. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
That wasn't high enough, I'm sorry. In that instance, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. This is the real murder weapon. Is it the shield or the picture of it being intact? I'll do that one. If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh?
I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. But may I remind you that...
Okay, we're gonna save real quick. With just one sliver of health left. Sorry, Your Honor, please give me another chance. Okay. Picture, I guess. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Why was it a removable piece?
Order, order, order!
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh. Maybe it is.
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it.
Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it?
Could you show me your evidence list again, please?
Is this the one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time when I drew this picture.
Oh good, they're all in one piece again. We can actually look at it all.
All this time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up, now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Let's hear what she has to say. What has she suddenly recalled? I don't know.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with that knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Hold it. Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further.
Lana! What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defense chair.
You can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Ooh, she is hyped.
Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Ooh. Emma's recollection. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark.
Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then
we're gonna go ahead and save here, because we have 1 life, so we're just gonna save in the middle of her testimony. She panics. Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was I've got to help that other person.
I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Skye was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
what you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next?
Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger.
Are you sure about this?
Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh brother, just when you thought the thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Okay. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important here is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who was this blue badger really? Yeah, we're just gonna save it right here. We're kind of save scumming this because we're down to 1 health, but that's okay. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet, she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day, 2 years ago,
There indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright!
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright.
I don't know.
What was it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike.
I don't know. There's gotta be, like, something. Okay. It couldn't have been the knife. Couldn't have been the actual Blue Badger. I don't think it's the prosecutor trophy because it doesn't have 3 spikes. It has a bunch of spikes. Ugh. What could it possibly be? I mean, this has 3 spikes, but I doubt it's that. Well, it's the only thing with 3 spikes. I guess it's that. I don't know. The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this. That looks nothing like the shadow, though.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger.
But the music stops, so we must be right. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this form. Okay, that side's broken, so it's gotta be 2... all we can do is rotate it around like this, so... No... I don't know. Maybe like this? No. I don't know what we're doing. Maybe like that? That kind of looks right. Oh. Got it. Okay, the right angle. I gotta show them the correct angle. Got it, okay. Alright, so those flop to the sides, so those need to be to the sides, which is like this, but then that has to be up. I can't get it to, like, center, which is really annoying, actually. Every time I turn it, it's just rotating farther and farther away. If we turn it this way... Oh, we're just rotating it around and around and around. I wish I could... Oh, wait. I can rotate it with the R buttons. Alright. Now we have to make them droopy. Okay. I could swear it'd be this. Maybe it's the other way around? No, it's gotta be... Okay. So then these droop down, right? Unless it's with this facing us. No, because that doesn't do it. This is complicated. See, because that doesn't cause it, so it must be from this angle. Be just more up? Like that? We're gonna be at this for— oh, it worked! Alright. Well, is this a miracle or what? That— he's just like holding it up. You remember this dumb evidence?
No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. We got it on our second try, though. That's pretty cool. Also, hi, Focus. Welcome in. No, it can't be. It can't be.
Order, order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. It does, though. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed, very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know that the witness saw this jar? We have 1 life left, so... the location! Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At that very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. Oh, I didn't know that part. The witness has testified so herself. Yes, and it is these 2 facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Ooh. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Maybe. Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
Lana's like screaming in the background, stop, stop. I finally figured it out. This is why Lana tried to stop the trial. She did do that like 3 times. It's too late to quit now, though. Sorry. We're gonna prove your little sister did some dumb sh. Please recall the witness's testimony. It was sad. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Oh.
Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Yes. Aww. And since the man who was knocked in the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Unfortunately, I am. This is what happens when I think young girls get accused of murder. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No!
No! Oh, she fainted. Good job, Phoenix. And Edgeworth, by proxy. I never imagined a testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
Well. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin a crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. You hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations. I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive proof that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? We're giving her more emotion in her voice. Before she was just like a solid ice queen, but now she's actually freaking out, so hence the change. Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touche, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? Yeah. There's evidence, buddy.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. Oh, it's the Mia thing all over again. That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. We know there is at least some form of a letter on the jar. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Just like I'm trying to prove you innocent, so yeah. Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. I mean, we proved Edgeworth wasn't a murderer after a bunch of years, so...
No then, Mr. Wright, please show us the evidence that conveys the message from the dead.
It's the jar. Because it has a funky thing on it. Take that. This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? I should have done that one in cold. If that thing could, I'm sure it would. I think Edgeworth has nightmares about the blue badger. I think that's what's happening here. He just hates that thing with a passion. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood in this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points and the victim's message will become apparent.
No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. Let's go ahead and save, because I don't want to be wrong. Alright. Cool. There's only one thing the victim could have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Alright, so we connect this dot to this dot, and then this dot to this dot, and then this dot to this dot. This is gonna be fun. It's gonna say something sad, and we're just gonna have to be okay with that. Okay. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So, this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Think Lana knew.
Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
was Emma Skye. Dang. This is a sad trial. Man, how did we prove it was her? See, Worthy, can't say I didn't warn you. I knew it would be him. Because who else calls him Worthy? Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Ah. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Ooh, everybody's in an uproar. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order, 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 order!
Gant, why you gotta come in here and ruffle everybody's feathers? The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Ooh, our client's gonna be real mad at us. Well, full steam ahead. Might as well keep going. Yes, absolutely, I will save at this point. Please give me more health in the next section. Whew. Alright. Let's do it. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Oh.
Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. On top of that, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal.
He didn't hear a word we said.
Here, she asked me to give you this today if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department, so the police department is responsible. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Thorough read. Secretly slipped into pocket. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective? Huh. Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she was unwilling to cause the man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're gonna expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people, and it's time to bring it to an end. All right, let's do this, Phoenix. We can do this. We don't have anybody on our side. No Mia, no Maya, no Emma, no nothing. We can do this. We have this book. We need to read it, probably real quick. Court will reconvene. Shush, I gotta read the book. All right. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. That's it? Okay. Well, I don't see how that's gonna help us at all. Like, for real though. I think she was doing that as like a warning, like, you can't present this evidence. But, like, we can though. Because we're just, like, making it happen.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, cough. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have
struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... well.
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Alright, who do we call?
The, defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright. You do realize that this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Alright, so it can't be Emma or Lana, because we've already heard from them. Lana's not going to tell us nothing. And Emma's fainted. The defense calls... Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Okay, good. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Ooh, that's a good point, Edgy. Like, he's playing the judge right now. Like, he's absolutely playing the judge right now. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Okay.
Okay, I see you, Edgy. I see you. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what?
Like the role you played in all this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Are you threatening me? Weapons?
Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. I can plead the fifth.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. I don't know why, but this ear is like hurting.
I have too much stuff on this ear. Everything's cockeyed on my head.
Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
That doesn't seem legal. In this world, the chief of police specifically can just choose, I'm not going to testify.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Why is that in quotations?
Is that when Dark was arrested?
He was lying on the floor unconscious. Let's see. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast.
Okay.
Alright, want a little savey-do later? Save, please. We're not gonna get a lot of chances on this one, so we gotta save. Alright. A ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lorna Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it.
We slipped up. Okay. So two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky.
What's this about a power outage?
Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went through his heart, though.
That's not funny.
It's really not.
Could you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor?
Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances. How it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record. Or me, Edgeworth. Worthy, always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit it to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link him to the incident. Probably the stuff that was in his vault. / safe. Present. This. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's that blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. I have a bad feeling about this. A really bad feeling about this.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this?
Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me, or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Is that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up having to pay to work. Oh, that's so sad.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
Alright, Udgy. In return, though.
I know, that place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? They're striking a deal right in front of you, because they're friends. Planted them in my office. Okay. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped...
Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Rido's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal.
Never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. I mean, we can. Maybe. What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery...
I'm not through speaking yet, Rido. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient?
Right?
The Chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever as they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know.
Come on, Rido. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery.
How can you look me in the eye and say that?
'Cause I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Miss Amiskar.
Well, now do you see?
Oh. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. I don't know what to do at this point. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is a sufficient motive.
Ho, ho, ho. Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think that I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief.
I see your hydrate.
The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway.
Ah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I know to look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Aji, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little?
By all means, please do.
Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho, ho, ho. That's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you are positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Lana Skye, of course.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all this?
He'd be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
I swear, the judge is just kind of dumb sometimes.
Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Righto, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless... that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Or which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
What do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What?
Finally getting to the real meat and potatoes of this case.
Order, order, order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? It's impossible!
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright?
Why do I have to prove it?
That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good.
Maybe the ID list?
Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
It's a long shot, but...
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits. You don't mean?
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Order, order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be?
I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Skye's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing: what transpired during that meeting.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet the chief on the day of the crime.
Was it the lost ID thing? Or the memo? Yeah, because this can only be submitted to the chief of police. Okay. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you're in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? I guess I should probably make him more growly since he's upset. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered that room. Excuse me. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly.
But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes, now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you'd really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! That was terrifying. Why was he a lightning bolt all of a sudden?
You can't. You didn't.
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I could just order an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. All this time I thought it was a useless clue, just taking up space. That screwdriver he had Edgy drive over.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Where's that screwdriver? This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. A screwdriver?
What's that? A screwdriver? Well, what does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! Oh, he screamed a little longer than that, sorry. I was asked to go, by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. And his car, which is where the body was. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Ooh.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car?
Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order, order, order! What's going on here?
That's what I want to know.
Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Rido, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're gonna make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier. A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So, you're going to run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body.
Do I have any concrete proof? No.
No, I don't. But do I just say no? Oh, I don't have proof of it. I mean... The killer wore... Ugh. I mean, maybe this? Because it would have had to come from the evidence locker, and then it was wrapped in Lana's thing. But, like, you can't prove that the chief was the one that did that, and... I don't know. Present evidence, I guess. I can't let him squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. Do we?
And please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt.
It's really just circumstantial evidence, honestly. So I'm not sure what we're supposed to do about this. Ugh. As I snap, crackle, pop all of my bones. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Alright. We've got to do this. We're ending this today. Alright. Blood, blood, blood. It's probably not this. Big evidence. Extremely thin rubber glove. We probably don't. I'm probably supposed to pick not yet. But...
So, what exactly is this evidence?
It's proof as to whether or not the chief's... so whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge.
But I am the judge.
Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? No.
My thing, Mr. Wright, is that I'm going to be late for lunch.
I guess it wasn't enough. Please, Your Honor, just give me a little longer to consider.
I'll say it again.
Do we have evidence? Okay. I'm guessing it's a no, is the whole point. Do you have any concrete proof? I don't. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor, at present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Ajay?
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Ajay, I'll leave the rest to you. Okay. This could be a game over screen, but we don't actually have evidence, though.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer of our nation's law enforcement agency.
What? Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. Lana! In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. But there's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Lana Skye. Angel Star. No. Lana Skye.
The defendant? Miss Lana Skye?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on.
Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. A threat, live in front of a studio audience. That's right, your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet. Great.
Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
How are we supposed to deal with this? Yeah, you look terrible too. Cool. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. The Chief. He's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How's he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said.
But Chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. Emma.
Meanie forfeits his right to say anything too.
Emma, are you okay?
When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, right? It's time to end this. Alright. Lana's not gonna tell the truth. We're gonna have to force the truth out of her. Whew. Alright. Going into hour 4. Woohoo! Let's do this. I'm kinda hungry. But we're finishing this today. We got to. Otherwise, how can I start the next game? Alright, courtroom 9.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And just remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
We won't. Of course, the truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
We about to hear some lies?
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with the Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I arranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Interesting. Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana...
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
What if she's telling the truth? I thought that, and she still read my mind.
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Is she, though? Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. What if it was true? What if it was, like, super, super true, and she's like, just put these in your safe because no one will look in there. Please help us. And he was like, whoa, I don't know what these things are, so okay. I didn't read what the judge said, I'm sorry. Alright. Worked alongside him for years. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24. That would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Scar were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why. Alright, but think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with the knife. And? Okay. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. We're giving her her voice, her thing that she does.
Lana.
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago?
You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. Oh, that's not correct at all. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor, a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
When you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Broke off the tip of the knife and planted it. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound?
And then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know it. You've always had a good head on your shoulder. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I don't ask for the sake of others. Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
Pieces of the jar that shattered during events threatened my plans. What do you mean? Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes. That wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course. It had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, you would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying on. In other words, the jar must have broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere. How do we prove? Maybe just present the jar? Because if it was shattered, it wouldn't be easy to read Emma. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
You have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on the jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moment. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar.
True. Order, order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece it together, the information, to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark enough, so I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. Oh, her voice is starting to kill me. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
Didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Okay. Wipe away the blood. I'm sure I got them all. Except you didn't, because there's a big ol' thing there. Jar again. This guy, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. So sorry about that. I kicked the thing that my stuff sits on.
What?
We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe, but how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witnesses testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night the prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
Or could the defendant simply miss a piece?
Objection. I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. How can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
Hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break a jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? He's trying to talk. Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No.
Nice. We got him. Your Honor's not on trial, but it's okay.
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Same brain. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question, what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the crime scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. Ooh! That looked like a painful bite. No, I did it on my own.
Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake.
Oh, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Oh no, my mic is falling. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. Right?
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
What? Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
I know I hit below the belt, but like, Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. We could exonerate your sister.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
Ooh, now we're getting somewhere.
Alright, the witness may testify once more, for the final time. No more lies.
The actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The sword was impaled on the armor sword.
You'd be the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me? Oh. The evidence law book. Okay.
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Oh! Damn. Hey, there's a picture here.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene.
No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had arranged everything.
Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest, could that be?
The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe.
It has her handprint on it. There's a handprint, isn't it?
That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints are on those must be the real murderer.
What? But those fingerprints are yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
When I arrived,
There he is! Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant.
What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. Objection? I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back and relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what? Do you think I'm worried? Yeah, from that reaction. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't, but someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
Alright. If I show that piece of evidence now, Em is sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. If you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? Yes. But then we have to try to disprove that it is what we think it is. Somehow. The one that shows who really killed him? Yeah. Yes, Your Honor, I do have further evidence.
All right, the time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the Chief's.
Sorry, kiddo. It's not.
Now then, let's have this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Marshall. It's a piece of leather cloth.
Yes, it was most likely cut from the victim's vest, near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left in the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword.
What? Whose fingerprints are on this?
I'm sure Ryder was checked, haven't you?
Well, whose are they?
They're Miss Skies. Miss Emma Skies.
What? They're mine? So I really did do it.
See, I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. You really expect me to believe that? But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. No, it's not. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No.
Oh, come on. It proves we have our killer.
No. Dang it. No. Oh, here's a hug for you. Thank you, thank you. Everything hinged on this. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all counts. Seriously? Should I not present the evidence? Okay, well, let's load the game. Should I present it? Nope. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie.
Chief Gant?
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. Okay, alright.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
It looks like a part of it's been cut out for some reason.
I mean, you had this in your safe.
What? That means you, the Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in history of Police Department.
Supposed to be police. I don't know where the ch came from. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto? Well, I can't just let you pin me as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it?
I thought he wasn't allowed to make statements. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her?
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Skye?
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dock convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck.
Wow. Wow.
See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too?
Ho, ho, ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept 1 more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Rido, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe?
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Ooh.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Rido. You should have shown it before it was too late.
It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Okay, so now I can show the evidence? Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright, let's see this conclusive evidence. Evidence that shows you actually killed him.
The photo! No, I don't know. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this out of the victim's vest.
Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that to immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean?
It could not have been forged, it must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Is it though?
Oh, ho, ho. You're slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Rido had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that.
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Fortunately.
Whoever the fingerprints must belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma.
Emma Skye?
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? tell me?
I wonder why we wouldn't tell her. Ho ho ho. You're really something, righto? You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. Oh, I'm still gonna pin the murder on you somehow. I just don't know how yet.
It was true. Tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
Well, she shoved him. How could you? You monster.
Miss Sky,
You knew whose fingerprints were on that all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. Oh yeah, I'm still gonna pin it on him. I don't know how yet, but we're gonna make it happen. It's not over yet, so that means we have to have another trick up our sleeve. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter, cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
what?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
Was it Miss Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. It doesn't have any blood on it. That's right, because the rest of his vest does. Oops, wrong thing. Like, if you look at the photo, there should be blood soaked all over it, and it's hard to get blood out of leather. Unless you, like, clean it really good, but then the handprint would be gone. What? A contradiction? What is this foolish babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. But then how did she get that much force on there? You just press it really hard into her hand?
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. The photo? And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. I tried to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Gross.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it.
Ah! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And to make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance.
You prove that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. See, we didn't need to pin it on him. Oh. Oh, that was so close, Rhino. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute all your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see that piece of cloth? It's illegal evidence. Actually,
Order, order! What nonsense is this?
illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Reggie? Earlier, old Rhino here concealed that piece of cloth. What's your excuse, Rhino? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Honor, I don't have any evidence. But then...
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present this piece of evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Oh, oh, oh! Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. Is it though?
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth.
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. When did they come up with this plan? Why was I not privy?
Mr. Wright, do you admit it? You purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth.
I admit I refused to present it at one point. Haha, so the evidence is illegal. Hear me out. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Edgy, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so.
This book. The book that says that I can do that. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What kind of nonsense is this?
You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this out of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the Chief of Police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this cloth from the victim's vest
is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you! That was kind of hard. Y'all should praise me for that. My face is turned red from it. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. But your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. The evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Could you please reopen the investigation, Chief? You can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered. Impromptu voice. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm just gonna hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me. I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. So I killed him. Couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. Didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. Was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. Everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. And you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Skye involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. She took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove? Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. Ooh. Man. They all did their best to get in my way. Gotta hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
Don't say that to my husband. That's so rude.
Well, it looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Grant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. I have Rido here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning.
Dang.
We did it.
We did it. There are two things I want you to understand. Oh, I want to understand.
Yes.
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Oh, I want you to... Yeah, I was right the first time. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence, up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all of your trouble.
My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top.
Aw, she smiled.
I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing. Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it, I only did my job.
He's blushing.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
And then she ascended to heaven.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already.
Tell me about it.
Regarding the murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky,
Not guilty. Yay! Woo! We did it!
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Get out of there. Now for our wrap-up party. Oh, it's 5:03 p.m. in the game. And 11:10 p.m. in real life. At long last, it's finally over. Emma! Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
And we just watched this, so we don't really need to... So she thanks pretty much everybody, but she didn't thank Emma.
You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Once again, he is.
Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later.
Oh, what do you need? Hey, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
Again. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty. Top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happen people at funerals. We went through this already. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. We literally did this already.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Your sister!
Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day, 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Aw.
Sis.
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. She did. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, you were only doing it for me.
No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis.
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I am happy now.
You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Oh, Emma. Aww, they got a cute little hug moment. Aww. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. He's like internally monologuing all this while they hug. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. He always looks so angry. Where is he hiding? Just behind the couch, you know. I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I cannot correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. Uh-oh. Spies, criminals, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Brr, 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 brr. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth. Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Okay, come work for me. Alright, that is all the water I have. Oh no. Ow. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
I don't want evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find out on our own. The leather? That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership. Huh?
Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well.
I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence.
It's time for me to go.
Okay.
Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
What was I supposed to present there? Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know, it seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell. I guess we presented the wrong thing. Darn.
I'd better be going too.
Okay, but I'll be by to visit you soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you.
Scientific investigation?
It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis. I will.
Wow. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Aww. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Pretty nice. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Yeah. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But
I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks in the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh?
way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, haha, you see, Mr. Right here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection! Oh, my money's gone. Whew, that was a journey. That took so long. And like, oh man.
I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of him. I should be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office.
Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
Whew! You can't believe it's over. This is only game 1. We got 2 more to go. It's jam-packed with intrigue. I know, right? Oh, man. We're gonna go through the credits and the little epilogue. Yikes! I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'll be worse than firing you. Yeah, that's what they said. It just goes to show you can't shake me off that easy. Aw. Poor Gumshoe. I like that they give you an epilogue during the credits. That's pretty nice. Oh man. We're trying to get through the end of them, and then we'll wrap it up for the night. I want to know what happens to everybody. Uh-oh.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe.
God, I hate doing his voice.
Okay. We got it done.
He shouldn't show up again. Hopefully. Is it Jake? Nope. It's the Blue Badger. He doesn't talk. Thank goodness. He just dances. Trying to get this hairnet back into place so I can put my wig in a minute. Oh! He died. Oh no! Who murdered the Blue Badger? It was so sad. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? They're cactuses, but okay. I like the little jam that's going on. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on my menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Weird, but okay. Cool, we got a lunch made after us. Is it just gonna show people from this case? I think so. Oh, hey, the judge. Alright.
I'll never forget what a young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
Whoops. That's silly, Judge. Alright, I think we've seen all the things except for Edgy and Phoenix. So, what happens next? What happens next? I need to know. Oh, hey, it's Maya.
Ah, nothing soothes the soul like a fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, after your training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick.
I know, her and Emma had the same voice. Why was she in that? She like write us a letter or something? The names are getting darker, so I wonder if they're like Oh, it was the switch. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? Something's going on. There was a letter.
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
Okay, I have to open the book now. I didn't think I was interacting with things. Oh, a letter from Lana. Aww. I saw it very briefly. Aww. I think that's the day she became a detective or something. That's really cute. That's really cute. Aw, that was nice. That was nice. Yay, we did it! Woo! We probably could have broken up the last little bit into 2 sessions, but like, I really wanted to see it end. I wanted to see it just in its full glory. Alright. Now that it is 11:30 at night, and I skipped dinner to be here, hopefully everybody has a restful, relaxing rest of your evening. I know I'm going to as soon as I get something to eat in my tummy, and then probably promptly pass out because I'll be back in the morning with Everdream Valley, maybe a little bit, and then a super long stream. Not our longest yet, but it was a big one. But we're also going to be playing some of this demo that I found about a dog who is a menace. Reminds me of being a goose who's a menace, so I'm hoping that the demo is good. I'm still looking for some other demos to play, maybe some new cozy games to play. Everdream Valley seems to be doing better now that we have the controller, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to make that our new game yet. Definitely prefer it over Dreamlight Valley, so it's still going to stay in the roster, but we'll see. Anyway, thank you everybody so much for tuning in, and I hope to see you again real soon. Bye!